So good afternoon and welcome everybody. We're here in Dublin at Terry Rogers Club to watch the final of the March Money Madness. This £2,500 a man entry competition. 16 players started on Friday. And now those 16 have played down to the final two. And those two on the left side of your screen, or at the table now, is Nick Bell. Nick from the Gloucester area. And you've got to say, having watched the pool over the whole of the weekend, 100% these are the two players who deserve to be in the final. They have been consistent from the off. On the right hand side of the screen is Joe Prince. Joe from, as I say, the London area. And Joe, we saw him up on Monday morning. He played, on Friday afternoon, he played Toby Bolt. And put in a great performance against Toby. And he's just been meandering his way through the field since then. Nick played George Tierney in the first round. And we saw a great performance from him earlier. In their semi-finals, Joe played Barry Lynn. And Nick played the local man, Wayne Neeson. Yeah, Dave quite rightly saying is Nick's from the Ross area, Ross and Y. Yeah, I've got Paul Kemp. I'm not playing. Okay. So the semi-finalists took away 5,300 each. The losing finalist will win £9,000, and the winner, it's £18,000 to the winner. And I can confirm that there have been no deals. The deal was tabled, but the backers weren't interested. The main backer for Joe is Terry Rogers himself, and I think he's levelling off his book, so he's no deal. So they're playing for the full £18,000. Big difference, massive difference, and albeit these players will be backed into the event, it's going to be a great prize for them. The winner, well, depending what deal they're on, probably somewhere in the region of maybe £5,000. If they're on a 25% free roll, maybe they back themselves. I know that Joe did have a piece of himself, so he's. So both of these players will be putting their all into it. Joe this weekend has been just so impressive. He really has. He's he has been outstanding. One of the best single ball potters that I've seen. And that's no exaggeration. It's not often he runs that position, but when he does, he absolutely pots them off the ceilings. I really like his approach to the game. I like his style. He is just focused on his game. He's got He's definitely got character. He's definitely got character in the way that he, I don't want to say it detrimentally, but he almost prances around the table. Another great shot from him. Literally just pulls them out one after another. He kind of struts around the table with his chest poked out. As I say, I really like his style. That's a clever shot. It just knows that his problem ball is the one on that left side rail, so he's forcing Nick to move it for him. But one thing's for sure, I think as Wayne probably learned early on in his game in the semi-final, that you don't want to get into too many tactical battles with Nick. He comes from a world rules background, and he is a very, very good tactician. And there were some times during that semi-final where Wayne tried to engage Nick in a tactical battle, but it just didn't work out for him. And that was exactly what Joe had in his plan. So Nick removes the problem ball, and now all of the balls are in the open. Always a danger to that, because Nick could have got lucky. But it's a calculated risk. On the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, Nick has just been so consistent. He played his quarter-final game last evening, and it was against Carl Martin, and he missed one ball in 20 frames, which is an incredible standard. There we go. 1-0. First honours to Joe. I said on Friday during commentary that I thought that the key to winning this event this weekend was going to be the break. That became apparent after the first match. Lee Washbrook and Martin McIntosh. And Martin had something 13 or 14 dry breaks, I think. And it became apparent then that anybody who worked out had a break on this table would go deep in the event. And these two have broken well. Nick has found so much consistency. I mean, I say this now, and obviously he's just gone dry to prove me wrong, but during that semi-final, he made so many. That cut break is working so well for it. It's so effective. Nearly always, if you watch the left wing ball, it's almost always finding its way into that left corner pocket. I'll get the score changed on the screen. shortly. I'm not in charge of that, and the gentleman who is, Barry, who's done a great job this weekend. He's allowed the odd mistake. He's spent so many hours over this weekend streaming the event.
What is he doing? What is he doing? I'm going to
So obviously our attention turns to the black on the left side rail, and it's all about this shot. He's got a great angle. He needs to just cannon into the top yellow. Doesn't want to go behind them, otherwise he's going to lose the cue ball, and that's what he did. He went behind them and indeed lost the cue ball, so he had to make a full ball contact into the top yellow of the three. He would have held for the red and released the black at the same time. So a bit of a misjudgment. In fact, he misjudged it by a fair bit because he'd gone cushion first. I don't think you wanted to go anywhere near the cushion. You wanted top cushion, then straight into that yellow. It was a good hit, but it's let Nick in. Well, he's got the total, but there's a gap through to the top rail, so he's given Joe a chance to get this ball moving. I think he's going to play the one cushion escape off the side rail. You can get through to the top rail with right hand side.
Stick on this. Better than nothing.
Stick on what? Is that what you meant? Is that what you
Yeah, no, bad.
So he's going to play a similar shot to the one he played a second ago, to try and come up behind the red. The trouble is, the shot has to be so precise. So precise. Otherwise, you just open the frame up to Nick. I honestly think he's just better off giving it a bit of a Hail Mary and trying to fluke. Really low percentage shot to try and get the snooker there, I think. But anyway, it throws the table over to Nick, and really should be one frame apiece. The one thing that stood out about Nick's game during the last two matches that I've watched, last night and this afternoon, is that when he's got a very, very makeable clearance, a really simple clearance like this was, he executes it. He doesn't make the mistake. We saw a couple of the matches on Friday where players had equally as simple chances and they just seem to let it get away from them, just to run out of position or snooker themselves on the last ball or something. Nick has hardly ever done that. If he's had a clearance that he should be making, he's been quite brutal. And the other thing that's very noticeable about his game, he keeps everything really simple. If you look at a player like, say, Phil Harrison, he's got really good cue ball control, and very rarely needs to play anything, those kind of exhibition shots that you see the players make to get themselves out of trouble. He's got them in his arsenal, but he doesn't really use them. Well, Nick's quite similar in that way, that he seems to play within himself. He doesn't try anything excessive. If he doesn't feel the clearance is there, he's happy to cover a pocket or just play a safety. I like his style. Both players have brought so much to the tournament over this weekend, and as I said earlier, worthy finalists. Yeah, Jamie making the point that he messed up his pattern play quite a bit, and I agree with you. I mean, you're probably right that he did. He's not a native blackball player, he's more world rules, but having said all of that, even if he's messed up the pattern, he's still got the clearance. And ultimately, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Sometimes you've got to go to the B plan, and sometimes the C plan, but it's about keeping the mistakes down to a minimum.
Thanks very much, guys, for tuning in. Just to remind you that next weekend we'll be in Nina, County Offaly, for the Irish Pool Association. That's the 5th event of a 6-event tour, and we'll keep you posted. Make sure you're following the Irish Pool online channel. I'll hand you back to Nick here now.
So frame 3, it was Joe's break, and he went dry. Opens with a plan. So he's on reds. There's obviously congestion on the right-hand side, but there are a couple of balls that you can use to break that open. Doesn't actually need to do too much. Just any kind of contact on the reds and the yellow's going to drop and should open up everything for him. I think he needs to attack it from the ball at the top of the table, the one nearest the top right. But it's just about how you manipulate the cue ball to get up there onto that one. Again, just taking the conservative option, as I mentioned a second ago, just playing within himself, not trying anything too extravagant. So I'd be interested to hear your score predictions. It's a race to 18. There's I rarely put myself on the spot and predict anything, but I think this one's really, really tough to predict. I think if put on the spot, I'd say that Nick just edges it on the experience, and his break's been so consistent that I say Nick by 2 frames, but equally it wouldn't be at all surprised to see Joe lifting the title later. I honestly don't believe there'll be more than a couple of frames in it. George thinks 18-14 to Joe. And Fred Tandy 18-12 to Nick. I'd be very surprised if there were 6 frames in this. Might be proven wrong. I think it's going to be 18-16. Either way. Someone asking if there's normally a shot clock. Depends what you mean by normally. I mean, this is the first time that this event's ever been played, and there certainly hasn't been a shot clock all weekend. So normally, no. In some events, yes.
I think with the entry fee being so high, that the players aren't going to take too long on purpose. They actually need the time.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, I think that's a fair comment as well. I was just about to say a similar thing. I mean, ultimately, we have to remember that these players are not professionals. They're experienced players, but it was purposefully the field was put together to be a fairly level playing field of kind of the kind of tier below the elite, I guess, you know, there's a big prize on the line. They're playing for £18,000. So if a player needs a bit of time, then, you know, why not? Why do they need to rush it?
I'd also say that the opposing player would rather him ponder over the table as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If he's not flowing, and Yeah, I don't think anyone's been excessively slow all weekend, and I guess the ultimate question is why do you need it to be faster? The only reason you need it to be faster is for entertainment purposes. But these guys are playing for 18 grand. They're not interested in entertaining anybody.
Exactly, yeah.
So that is what it comes down to. Basically, it's about earning money, not about pleasing the people that sat at home on a Sunday afternoon. So.
I also didn't hear that there isn't if a player requests a shot clock.
Yeah, no, I think it would. I think it would be there. The option would probably be there. We've got two of the most experienced refs in the country in Brian, who's currently refereeing the final, and Matt Clark, who's just stood over to the right hand side, and they've managed things wonderfully over the weekend.
You say possibly the two best in the country. I'd say possibly the two best in Europe.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There's some great referees in the game now as well. There's they come from a perspective of loving the game as well. I think you have to be involved in this game in any way. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys aren't taking home thousands of pounds, and it's very long hours. I mean, when you consider that there was 4 rounds of matches yesterday, so they presided over 4 races to 18 in a day. Now, that is a huge amount of focus, a huge amount of concentration, so many hours on their feet. I mean, the mental energy that they put into it as well. And I guarantee you, if they made a mistake, then all the people watching would be straight on their tail saying, how did he manage to miss that? And they forget the fact he's been on his feet for 12 hours and just been focusing all day.
Exactly right. I also think that the professionalism from the two referees is exceptional. At one stage, music was too high, and it was a disadvantage to one player, and ref asked for it to be levelled out what it was for the rest of the game. Simple wee things like that need to be spoken by referees. Some referees can be intimidated by crowds not to enforce the niggly rules, but these rules are needed to get the best, especially when you have these semi to pro players. You have to treat them right or they won't come back. Simple. I'm really impressed with the two lads, and if I'm ever doing any tournaments over this end, I'll definitely be keeping them on my short list, I suppose.
This is going to be a goal. 4. Big felt great. 2 frames to 1. That's a goal, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the second time he's done it this weekend. It obviously always is the danger when you're playing that cut break. If you get it just slightly wrong, you've really got to play. You've really got to screw into the ball just to get that almost that downforce onto the ball. It goes to the side cushion. If you impart any kind of topspin at all, then the cue ball just hits the side of the pack and just bounces straight off the table. It's all in the practice. Very effective break when it's working. No. And a miscue. A miscue. Let's Nick back in. And anyone who thinks that they can get a read off of Nick's body language, I think you probably don't know Nick. He He's got quite a kind of bit of a poker face around the table. He doesn't give too much away. You see the odd shake of the head. Joe's very much the same, actually. He doesn't give a lot away. Bit of a hangdog expression almost. But he's just fairly consistent in his approach to the table. That is not what he was after, but he's probably still okay. He can break that yellow back open, use the yellow on the side rail, play it into the rail, then off the yellow, and just open it back up again. Yeah, he's just looking at the angle now.
I just see there he placed his chalk down beside the ball. I'm wondering actually, should the ref call him on that and take it away?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Actually, he didn't play that shot.
he's played a different shot, so. But yeah, I get your point. It is a fair point. Refs can definitely call that if they feel that a player's marking a shot, but I think he's just dropping it down. I mean, me personally, I mean, there's a lot of players that have this habit of leaving the chalk on the table, and I was under the impression that not so many years ago, it was a foul if you kept your chalk on the side of the table. I might be wrong in that, but I could have sworn it.
I think the rule was it's a foul if you leave your chalk on the table when the other player comes to the table.
Okay, that could be it. I mean, me personally, I'd rather see the player put it in their pocket and just take it in that pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, any marking on the side of the table should be accounted for by a ref too. But unless you're leaving that chalk on the table, you're not going to have a mark, or you shouldn't have a mark.
Yeah.
Total snooker.
So the big swerve shot incoming. Oh. You felt that any kind of contact with that yellow and it would have dropped.
Really easy for you to think of asking what time can I shave it?
So, big shot. This is the difference between winning and losing the frame, and he cued that really well. And as I say, didn't try to do anything extravagant, took his medicine, dropped it in, left himself a nice angle on the one at the top of the table. No, it's no good. Just caught the knuckle and adjusted the trajectory of the cue ball. Easy for me to say. And now this is a problem. I don't see what else he can do apart from just nudge into the side of this red. He could go for a double, obviously, but nudge into it and leave Joe the. Yeah, he's played the double to middle. I think the corner was better. Yeah, this one's quickly going to be 3 frames to 1. And 3-1 it is. There's a long way to go in this final, but now a 2-frame buffer early doors always gives you that little confidence and spring in your step.
Stress.
Yeah. Always curious about comments about how slow players are. But, just wondering who they need to speed up for. And they're playing for £18,000. Because if the answer is it's for your entertainment, then I imagine they couldn't give two hoots. Funny you say that, Dean. During Joe's semi-final, he was playing Barry Lynn, and I think at the break, I think the score was 11-7. It may actually. I think it may have actually been 12-6. And he came and sat next to me and said, "I'd be dangerous if I could break." He couldn't find a ball off the break, and I said, "Well, it looks like you're doing all right, mate. You're 12 frames to 6 up, so you're definitely doing something right." But I mentioned earlier on commentary that the break was going to be the feature, and Nick's break has been working all weekend. Joe's been struggling a little bit, and that I just wondered if that could be the difference. So far, the difference is a couple of small mistakes, but the break will definitely feature as the match goes on.
Look at John Joe saying, "Look on Richard." Look at John Joe.
And another one has gotten away. He hasn't been making these mistakes throughout the rest of the tournament. He's just got a couple creeping in. I don't think he's going to try and move these reds on the side rail. He may. He has an angle now. The thing is, there's absolutely no need to. You could land behind and then just play them both, because this table is playing pretty big. Oh, wow. Well, that was a bounce out. And that's not the first one we've seen. Oh, I was actually watching it on the screen, and it's not the biggest picture. I assume that was a bounce out. You guys at home would have seen that probably better than I did. I wasn't actually looking at the table as it happened, but it looked like the old Cadbury's parrot. Oh, that's a big swing as well. Difference between 4-1 and 3-2 at this early stage. That'll give Nick a bit of a boost. One that he probably shouldn't have won. Well, one that he should have won and then shouldn't have won and then did win. Joe, I don't think he's going to be fazed by that at all. He doesn't seem like the player who sits and stews on things that might have gone wrong. He looks chilled out. I didn't see a reaction on his face when it did it. No disappointment, nothing. And that shows so much. That takes so much strength. And you can see him now just smiling and having a chat in the corner to the guys behind him. He's already put it out of his mind. It's when you sit and stew on those things that they can cost you. They can cost you another frame because you come to the table with that negative attitude. And this is very much a game of positivity, and 80% of the games played between the ears. That attitude you bring to the table. We talked about Nick's break being so consistent. He's had a couple of dry breaks now. Left a nice angle. Should be absolutely fine in this clearance. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball. The cue ball's just going to go on and off the side rail. These are missable, but don't expect them to. Really good. Again, left a nice angle. He can just stun through the gap. If he wants to, he can just stun down onto the red. Absolutely no need to. You don't need to go anywhere near the red. Just stun between black and red. Wants to leave himself just low on the yellow, on the last yellow at the bottom of the table. Oh, wow. Well, the yellow definitely goes to bottom right corner. So obviously felt more comfortable letting the cue arm go and coming down the bottom of the table. He played it well. He felt he almost flirted with that bottom right corner pocket with the cue ball. It was only a couple of inches out. Frame number 7 is going to be Joe. So I think of the 3 breaks Nick's had so far, he's had 2 dry and 1 off the table. And I started off the top of the match bigging up his break. Hope I haven't cursed him. Here's Joe, straight down the middle. Cue ball probably just an inch or half an inch, just to the right of the what would be the brown spot on a snooker table. Didn't play that with any excessive pace, just played a controlled weight and got a really good split. Again, I can confirm there has been no chop. A chop was mentioned, and Joe's main backer wasn't interested. So these are playing for £18,000 and £9,000 respectively. A big swing. How well judged is that? How well has he judged that? A 3-frame buffer coming up. 5 frames to 2. And from Nick's perspective, he just needs to stop the rot. From Joe's perspective, he'd be happy and just want business as usual, more of the same. But the next break coming up in frame number 8 is going to be Nick, and he's going to have a lot of pressure on that break. Can't afford to fall 4 frames behind.
Nick belt break. 5 frames to 2. Kerry, you said we can't win. Kerry, you said we can't win. You made the handicap. What's going on here?
Didn't want that red to go down the bottom. And I think this is a good example of the shot clock rule. It's an important shot, this, and for the prize money, there shouldn't be that much focus on the time of the shot. So as I mentioned earlier, guys, next week we'll be in Neenah, County Offaly for the Irish Pool Tour, hosted by the Irish Pool Association. It's a World Rules event, and we will be live on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And on Saturday we will be showing the final from the previous event, which is between Declan Hock and Cormac Kerr. That should be a cracking match. It starts on Saturday at approximately 9 o'clock. These finals normally start between 9:30 and 10, but it's scheduled for 9. We'll keep you posted. Make sure you're following us on social media. Thanks everybody for tuning in over the last 3 days. I'm going to hand you back over to Nick here now. It's been we've had a few issues with music over the weekend, and unfortunately it's just not allowed, and we want to stay by the rules and set an example for all streamers. I apologize that we couldn't have the sound, but we're working on something for the future. I'm going to hand you back to Nick here now.
Yeah, obviously there's you mentioned there's some issues with copyright music and YouTube, isn't there? Once you, I mean, the thing is, it's a fine balance, because we want to bring good pool to the viewers at home, but equally there's a crowd of people in that you want to entertain. And we tried on Friday afternoon to have no music, and the atmosphere just died, didn't it? It was just a dead atmosphere in here. I think with the final it's a bit different because there's a buzz around the room and it's not so bad. But when there's a load of people in, when they've got music, it just lifts the whole atmosphere. People are a bit louder. You can commentate a bit louder because you're not so worried about what the players hearing you, so on and so forth. But obviously we were getting shut down by YouTube because of the copyrighted music being played. So we just made the call to go with no commentary. I know it's not.
I'm teaching Sean how to love it.
Yeah, it's just one shot, one count. So, apologies about the loss of coverage there. 2 frames back. Both players are just taking their short break. Every 9 frames we have a break, a 5-minute break at the moment, a 10-minute break at 18, and a 5-minute break at 27. I'm Barry Keane. Thanks very much for joining us. Your referee today is Matt. Apologies, Brian Moss, of course. Bripod, and it got me confused. Nick Phinn will be back on commentary now as the players come back into the arena. Thanks very much for sticking with us, guys. Few issues, but we're working on them, and next event we'll be using a different computer. Joe stretching out, doesn't miss much, does he? Pretty nifty player, and a very good technique the way he walks into his shots. Keeps his body straight on the way down and fully strokes through the ball. If you watch the tip, actually goes well past through the white. As some people mentioned, yes, a world rules player back when he was young. I think underage world champion actually. Not sure if it was juniors or under 23s. Played on the I believe it was the juniors, and played on the A team for the juniors, which is a very competitive team. Well done to Joe for getting this far. Nick Bell, another Londoner, surprised me this week. Came out really strong, no emotion in any shot. Nothing faded him. It was very loud here last night in the Wayne Neeson game, and Nick kept it together very well, I must say. After that match, then Nick took on Carl Martin, fantastic player from Tyrone, young talent, plenty more years ahead of him. And just a few weeks back in the Europeans over in Malta, he was the player of the tournament, which is an unbelievable achievement with over 300 players in his category. You know, to have the best record on teams with your team is highly creditable. So Nick didn't get here on the easy path. It's him to break. I'm gonna leave the commentary here now until Nick comes back, and enjoy the game, guys. Thanks for tuning in all weekend.
It's going there. Yes, what a goal! What a shot time!
Thanks very much, Joe. I did hear a few days ago he was on the A team, and then everybody I spoke to says he wasn't on the A team. So that's brilliant to clarify that, clear that up. Yes, really shows his game. World Rules is a completely different game to Blackball. It's a slower game. It's a tactical game, but Joe has really transitioned into Blackball. It's very impressive, actually.
And he carried the whole button in there. He just sliced it up.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, terminology slower. I don't necessarily mean slower. I mean slower in aggressiveness. It's harder to. You don't have a skill shot for one. Shots carry, so giving away 2 shots is a worse punishment. Hence, you'll play safe, and it happens an awful lot. Look at any money matches that are in World Rules. Look at the time of the length of the match, and necessarily it'll be shorter. Hey, Nick.
Sean had 250 at 10 to 3 on 2-0. Yeah, because he said he had a horse. He put on a horse at 4 to 1. So he won 250, so he just put a lot on 2-0. That's 130. No, 100 to 30. So in return, 1,083. That's a 50 place.
That's not bad. Ain't that fucking hole? Stuck in the middle. I used to want to go back against the total snap. Get him! Oh, that fuck, two cuts, you missed a big cut. I don't break the side, you might catch her early flight. Hand him the money, will you? Okay, I went 300. Had a little deal. What's that? 300. See, it was hard to make, so we got to get the foil. What was the atmosphere like at the first night? What was the atmosphere like at the first night? No, that was all about. Yeah,
There you Sam. Yeah.
That's your comments, obviously. I've kept everything off this now. I even put comments on there in the browser. Just two things I need to do.
Frame 12. About to break for the 9 frames to 2.
So 9 frames to 2, and nicking off. So things just haven't gone his way during this final. 7 frames behind, and you almost feel that the writing's on the wall. It's going to be a long way to come back for Nick. The way Joe's been playing over this weekend, and I don't think Joe's done anything out of the ordinary for his own standard. I think talking to his friends, colleagues, they know how good he is. This is normal business for him. Very, very good player. Been really impressive this weekend. I was aware of Joe. He did indeed play on the Supreme Series the year before last. That one's got away from him slightly. That's not gone to plan. I kind of get what he was trying to do, just to push the yellow down over the pocket, but didn't think he needed to. Felt more could go wrong with that shot than go right with it, and ultimately it has. Shouldn't be the major problem. He's got enough balls on the table to get back into that yellow. He's going to have to leave an angle on one of the balls at the bottom of the table. Can't do it. Yeah, so that's what he's done here. So he's left a really acute angle to chop this yellow back into the middle bag. It's a natural angle, and you saw him there just aiming his cue where he wanted to hit. He wants to make contact with the red, but he needs the cue ball to come out as well. That was always going to be the problem. Playing it that way, it's always in danger of the cue ball sticking on the bottom of the rail. Now, can he get past the black for the one in the middle? I'm not convinced he can. Might just be able to turn it over with a touch of left side. Yeah, I think he probably can. You can see him just digging down into the ball now, putting left hand side. Well, a chance for Nick Bell, and he has to take every chance he's presented with now. He has no room for any more mistakes. And this is a clearance that he wouldn't have had to think twice about earlier. Now, with a little pressure on himself. They're not always gimmies. Again, not quite how he wanted it. I think it's okay. It's, yeah, he's looking now, going cushion first to flick the red in, because he doesn't have the angle. He's just too straight to get the cue ball back out again. So cushion first, and he's overhit this one by some margin, probably by 2.5 feet. Anywhere in that triangle of three reds, and he would have had options. But now, yeah, it's just not happening for Nick in this final. Not quite sure somehow the wheels seem to have come off. He's been so solid all through the weekend. But that's to take nothing away from the performance from Joe either. He's fully deserving of this 9-2 lead. Just taking a look at the angle, but I think he's fine. You can just drop this in the middle, run the cue ball across the face of the middle yellow of the 3. And that yellow does pass to bottom left, so you can just run on and off the side rail and leave it. But really, for either corner, it was absolutely fine. Again, slightly more angle than ideal, but he can just take his medicine and drop this in and leave himself. And the black's never going to be a problem. As I say, leave yourself a slightly thinner cut, but slightly hamper cueing as well. But definitely not going to be an issue, and this will be 10 frames to 2. Chalk it up. It's now an 8-frame lead, and dare to say that, I mean, we have seen some big comebacks, but Joe looks focused. He looks on his game, and I think that they can almost start etching his name in the trophy. Nick won't think so. He's certainly won't resign himself to a loss yet. Sat in the corner talking to his partner Claire, giving him some words of encouragement. She's been by his side throughout every frame, supporting him in it. Quite a lonely place a couple of times, and certainly playing George in the first round, and then played another one of the local favourites in Wayne Neeson earlier on today, and lots of locals supporting the other man. Oh, there's a black. Nope, black stayed up. And absolutely spot on there from Nigel. I did say 2 frames either way, but well, who knows? He might mount a big comeback yet. But, yeah, I've called this one wrong. I have to say, I fancy Joe right from the outset. I thought 9-1 was a huge prize. I decided against backing at 9-1 and thought I'd back him in each one of the matches, which I've done. I haven't backed him in the final. I had a piece of him, only a small piece, but a piece of his entry into the tournament, and also a piece of small interest in Nick. And backers on both sides will be very happy with their investments over this weekend. That's come out well. That's come out really nice. That could have gone wrong. You can take the top one of the 2 yellows, just run the cue ball through a few inches like so, and leave the straight yellow in the other corner. For this simple black, and now it's going to be 11 frames to 2.
Very high. Even though there's obviously this is not connected to the computer, so you can see this.
And he finds the ball and keeps the cue ball on the table. So he's been clinical with his clearances. He needs to find it now.
No, I get it. No, it's okay. Sorry. I get it.
He wants to shed on his paces. Yeah, Danny mentioning that maybe the weekend's caught up with him. I mean, that is a fair point. It's a tough old schedule. Okay, the players only play 4 matches, but races to 18, they're long races, and of course in between there's a lot of time where you maybe want to see a bit of Dublin. They're long days, and Nick had a late night last night. He was up playing. I think his game finished at about 2 a.m. He was back on again this morning for another match at 11 a.m. And here he is at just 10 to 7 in the evening, still playing. I mean, that mental fatigue can definitely play a part in it. Another missed ball. Wow-wee. As always, if you could please do us a favour of liking and sharing the stream. If you haven't done so before, while you're on YouTube, do please also subscribe to the channel. RedDishTV, Irish Poker Online, Irish Poker Online.
Next to come.
I was playing poker. Yeah, that's the next venture. I was playing poker last night. I got it on the mind. Irish Pool Online, and yeah, if you subscribe and click the notification bell, you'll get updates when Barry goes live, and he's got lots of events coming up. You've got quite a full schedule coming up, Barry. You were saying earlier there's events coming up, money matches as well.
At least an event every month. Next week, as I say, we're with the Irish Pool Association, and yeah, more to come. I'm not going to just list them all out, but there's a lot of events coming up over the next few weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, great, awesome, great to see you busy. Yeah, and all Barry asks of you is that you subscribe to the channel. I'm next in action in Daventry, I think, is my next event, which will be the UK tour. Which I believe is in April. Big shot coming up here. Just play to fire knuckle and they never take them, you have to get centre bag. And a little bit of a let off for Nick. Can he take advantage? He's not taken advantage of the mistakes so far, so for his sake and for the sake of a closer match, then he definitely needs to start stamping his authority on the game.
I suppose one of the big events that we have coming up over the next few weeks, we're trialing it out in counties to try and build county experience or stream experience before All Ireland's. It's the Loud Championships, and there's still a few spots available for it if anybody wants to check out the Loud Pool Association website, or sorry, on Facebook. I believe it's a €25 entry, and there's about 64 players, and it's run by Pat Brady and Derek Smith from the Loud team, the Loud Association, and it's really a big tournament that we're looking forward to. Ooh.
Joe going for an audacious attempt there, playing the double on the yellow and trying to screw back and also play a skill shot at the same time. That would have made some highlight reels if he'd have pulled that one off. But the thing is, Nick needs to be wary in playing the shot that he's just played. He is giving Joe the chance of finding some kind of skill shot, and now the pressure really is back on Nick because he probably needs to clear at this visit, or he could try and excuse me, he could try and lay a snooker behind the red that's just on the left rail, but I'm not sure there's that much value in it. He needs to, yeah. I think he is going to play a double. It is in. What a great shot! Brilliant. So that was a must-win frame. Well, every opportunity he gets is going to be a must-win frame. And when he does, he reduces the deficit to 8 frames, but it's still a mountain. From here, he needs to beat Joe Prince 15 frames to 6. That is a huge task.
I think Nick would love to see Joe miss his flight. To come back, we'll take the time and might start annoying Joe a wee bit if he gets a few frames in.
Yeah, I mean there is that point. I mean, someone mentioned in the box earlier that Joe does actually have a flight booked at 9:30, so he'd like to get this finished. He'd like to win this 18 frames to 6 and be away from the club. At least within an hour, but if Nick can start to slow him down as that flight time looms, then Joe, it might play a part. Joe might start to get a little bit frustrated.
I offered to give him a lift to the airport as soon as we end the stream, and it'll be interesting to see whether it's a good trip or a bad trip, what mood he'll be in.
It looks like it's going to be a good trip at the moment. So, another dry break. And excuse me, I've made the point a few times before that when you're in this situation, all you can do is just take one frame at a time. You need to split the game up into little sessions and think, well, if I've just won one frame, if I can win the next two, and then win the next session maybe like 3-1, and suddenly the scoreline 12-8, very much back in the game. And it's not beyond it's not beyond recognition that he can actually do that. We've seen it before, these big momentum swings. I don't see it. As I say, the way Joe's playing, I just don't see him making enough mistakes. Yeah, Ray, I agree. Mentally, you've got to think, yeah, you need to split it up like that. Even just say it's a tour event, race to 5. Nick's won loads of games in tours, 5-0. He needs to win a race to 5-0. Or even, 5-0. He's just won the last frame, so if he can win the next 4, he goes into the break 11-7. The game's got a whole different complexion on it, and that's all he can do. Is just play it that way in his mind and come back from the break and set himself a new goal. Joe's just going to want to get it finished as soon as he possibly can. Well, that one's just slightly under hit, and now he's got more angle than he wants, and he's going to have to hold on these two reds. He almost wants to glance some half ball. This could go wrong. Oh, he played that really well. What great control. Very nice. That could have definitely gone wrong if the connection with the red was too thin. It could have lost the cue ball, but that was perfect. So there we go. 2 on the spin. 11 frames to 4. Now the difference is 7. So next break, frame number 16. Oh, that is most definitely not what the doctor ordered for Nick Bell. He needed a break dish there, but he's left a very inviting table for Joe. Not too many problems here. Well, not exactly a massive mistake from Joe. That was a tough shot, but definitely one you'd have expected him to get. Red just left the side rail. The pockets are playing big, but not that big. It's like Barry mentioned earlier that Joe is going to be keeping an eye on his watch. His flight's booked for 9:30, so he's. I mean, what he should have done is just said, "You know what? I'm going to book another flight. I'll just take it on the chin, and then it's out of his mind. He hasn't got that playing on his mind. He's not maybe trying to speed things up and get the game finished. I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but it would definitely play a part in his mind. It's definitely a consideration. I'm not going to read anything into it because, for all I know, he may well have discussed with his backers beforehand and said, "Look, you know, if it runs on, it runs on. We'll sort you out another flight later or tomorrow, or whatever." But if it is in his mind, then it just could play a part. And this clearance here, after that missed ball from Joe, is now 3 on the spin for Nick Bell. And you won't say that the tide is turning, but there's just definitely a little bit of momentum there for Nick. He'll feel more in the game now. Obviously from 11-2 totally out of the game. You wouldn't get much of a price on Joe. If you ask the bookie, he'd probably be offering Nick at about 10-1, I expect. But now at 11-5, Joe just needs to start looking over his shoulder because think about this break now. If he doesn't find a ball, and Nick can reverse dish and then dish the next 11-7. At the break, whole different complexion. I think anyone mentioning anything about the reactions going around the table, Nick's girlfriend is actually supporting Nick. Are you actually surprised by that? You obviously weren't watching the pool yesterday when Lee Washbrook was playing against Wayne Neeson, where the crowd were absolutely brutal.
Well spotted there in the comments. Yeah, referee change. So Brian Moss is finished now for the tournament. Thank you very much, Brian. And stepping in is Matt Clark, our second referee of the tournament. Matt was on the stream table all weekend, and Brian was on the Facebook stream table. Snooker table in the background. 6 snooker tables, actually 7 snooker tables, and 3 Supremes out at the minute. Oh, 4. I see another one which was packed away for this event. Terry Rogers Snooker and Pool Club here in Fairview in Dublin. Hats off to the venue. A massive tournament, 2,500, 16 main event, bringing some high quality over the last few days. We're yet to see a few more high quality frames, I'm sure. Players just coming back into the venue here now, so we'll be getting going in 1 minute, 2 minutes. Nick is coming back over to the stream as well, so he's your commentator, Nick Phinn. So Joe's break. Joe won the lag. And we're on even numbers, so yeah, it's Joe's break. I'm going to hand you off here to Nick Phinn, and let's hope that we can stay afloat for the next 1.5 hours or so. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
What is it? A ball holder.
Now you get the reference to magnetic charcoal then.
It's got a little leather case with a ball.
Hey, that's the best reference kit you'll ever see.
I wonder if he's got one around there as well, man. So he's got one just around there, little leather sheath.
You don't recognise it last night?
It was you. I knew there was some bastard.
Matt's just jealous of it.
Yeah.
Go on, have a good little rummage in there.
I don't think so, man. No, I ain't.
It's hard.
Back on, son.
That's the referee's bag right there, look.
Back on myself.
No, it's for exactly what we were just talking about.
As well. Yeah, I'm not that technical to be fair. It looks bang on to me, so I'm happy.
Oh, Blacker, is that what you were saying? Blacker, is that what you were saying?
Like the frame, your boots, the brake,
12 frames to 6.
Is it exactly? It's exactly the top of the pocket, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you reckon it's a
From
wee
the
bit back?
absolute middle of the sphere. Or that's where black spot. Yeah. We actually, that's it. I can check when you wrap them because you can look and see the black
All right.
line once you wrap them.
So, yeah.
You ever see players looking
That's probably what
at
I
that
have.
angle?
Okay, so we're back with the action. Apologies for the very little episode just before the break, but you didn't miss too much because they did go on break, and Nick mounted a bit of a comeback there. So I was talking about winning little sessions, and he won that last little session 4 frames to 1. If he can do that again, then it's suddenly 13-10, and the game has a very different complexion, and that's the way his mindset needs to be. Joe just needs to take it frame for frame and take every opportunity that presents itself, and he will quickly be across the line. But here's another one. So another ball missed. And another opportunity for Nick. And quite a presentable opportunity at that. It's not got. He's got a fairly easy opening. He's got the plant up the rail onto the ball at the top, and then there aren't really any other problems. It's quite a well laid out table. In terms of pattern, you can take all of the balls at the top of the table, and then bring the cue ball down for the one at the middle of the table. The one on the left hand side rail will be his last ball to get on the black. So again, another key frame, and this, if you can get across the line, this will be 5 of the last 6 frames, and suddenly he's warming to the task. You still think that it's going to be a bit of a stretch too far. Oh no, that is an absolute disaster. And a big margin of error to play into there as well. He really did. Didn't need to be anywhere near the middle bag. The table is pretty slick, and it just ran on. Ian. 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 Come on. That was a massive frame. Massive frame. That was the momentum starting to move in favour of Nick, and all that hard work just been undone with that one loose shot. That would annoy him. 12-7, just 5 behind, having been 9 frames behind, and the pressure would have continued to mount on Joe. Now Joe's just sat there thinking, yes, I got away with that one, and now I only need 5 more, and I've got that lovely big safety net of 7 frames again, which is just huge. For those eagle-eyed amongst you, you'll notice that the referees change shirts. Well, not just change shirts, he's changed referees. We had Brian Moss, who has been reffing the second table all weekend. It's his first time at the main arena table. He's done the first half of the game, and we're now in the capable hands of Matt Clark. And just take a second to say that the referees have done a fantastic job this weekend. 2 great referees. They've been flawless considering the amount of hours that they put in. That one's just gone wrong. He's still got a shot. He can cut this yellow back, but queuing over the top of those balls, hampered queuing, this is tricky. And this is very missable because you can't see the angle of the cut. Yep. Miss it he does. And the table's just a bit messy now. Clusters of balls, 2 on the rail nearest us, a little cluster of 2 reds and 2 yellows on the left-hand side, and of course the black in between those 2 reds. It's all a little bit messy. Yeah, another miss from Nick, and it's left Joe with this. Well, it's a tough chance. It's a great shot. Now, he may just have an angle on this one to the side. I think he's just off straight. He can force a cue ball across. I think, yeah, he's going to take the one into middle first and just leave himself the wider angle. The great thing about this shot, he doesn't really need to do too much with it. He needs to contact the red half ball. It's just going to push the yellow across. He doesn't want to hit it too hard. And also, he just needs to make sure he doesn't hit the red full ball, because if he hits it in the face, the white could stick on it. Yeah. I didn't even kind of contact the half ball. Caught it quarter ball, which meant, and it seemed almost inevitable that the red was going to bump into the yellow and push it along, but he hit it so thin that it missed it altogether. And just a double now. And that's a wide. And it just shows the importance of that in-off in the last frame. Because now, Nick could be staring 12-8 in the face. And that would really push the pressure back on. So that it's going to be ruining that in-off for quite a while now.
I think that shot he hit it too hard, which meant that the cue ball couldn't actually grip the table to get round to get the nice cannon on it. If he had hit it a wee bit lower, as you said, The white only needed to just brush the red onto the yellow and for the white to come back up a bit, but a bit too hard for my.
Yeah, yeah. So no problems on this table. It's just about keeping the cue ball under control. Little raise of the eyebrows from Nick, which often tells you it's not quite what he was looking for, but I'm not quite sure why, because I think he's pretty much in perfect shape here. He just play a little stun shot, leave himself just off straight for the red to top right, leave himself an angle to stun across. Well, he's straight down on the shot. I did wonder if he just left it a little straight, but he doesn't really need to do anything. You can just stop the cue ball dead, leave himself a half ball cut. Virtually unmissable on this table. It's been playing generously throughout the weekend with this new Hainsworth cloth on it. Yeah, there you go. You see, just caught the right hand rail on the way down. Makes a black, 13-7. So 2 or 3 mistakes crept into Joe's game. He just needs to put them to the back of his mind. He needs to just keep trading frame for frame. If he trades frame for frame, then he's going to win 18-11.
What you saying, Bob? It's not fair on him.
So Joe to break, frame number 21. Oh, that cue ball flew in the air. Oh, how unlucky is that? How unlucky is that? I thought for just 1 second that the cue ball was going to bounce off the table, but it bounced in the air, came back down, hit a yellow, and the yellow pinged it into the middle bag. So now another chance.
He's been playing them power breaks all weekend, and of course, if you don't get them exactly perfect, that will happen. You will get the bounce. If you're just a wee bit low on the cue, it will lift it off the table.
Yeah, some players actually use it. I mean, Chris Melling is one player who hits the front ball and he almost, well, very often gets the cue ball aerial, almost does it in a controlled manner. But I think you probably prefer not to. I mean, I think Chris even aims to do that, but generally, I don't think you teach that. You don't really get the transference of power. Chris generates a lot of power anyway through his timing, but you could see there, even though it was a decent split, you didn't really get that burst of balls. The power just didn't push through the back of the pack.
As you said, he wants the ball to lift up, but it's great when it doesn't.
Yeah.
If it lifts up, he's hit it right, but he wants that ball to stay and go through in.
What did he say then?
Another very good chance. Joe doesn't look phased in the slightest. He sat there, just stoic, relaxed. I mean, could he be any more relaxed? Looks like he's going to nod off. A shake of the head from Nick as he misses that ball down the rail. And that really, I mean, it was frame over, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what happened.
Definitely shouldn't be missing that one. Great shot. Skill shot from Joe. And that's opened up the frame. Yeah, indeed. Barry noticed a cheeky wave to the crowd that are getting behind him. The loudest voice of all in amongst those is Terry Rogers, who has 40%, I think, of Joe in the comp. But then, I mean, that was a great skill shot from that distance. They're hard from that distance, aren't they?
Yeah, you have to get the first ball to roll in after it,
Yeah.
and if you don't hit it perfect, when the ball is further away from each ball, you got to get the backspin perfect. The nap will take some of that backspin off before it gets to the ball. So the further away, the harder it is.
Yeah. When they're just a foot apart there. I mean, if you try them at the local club, you realise they're definitely not as easy as people make them look. But at this level, they are not difficult shots. But when you've got that kind of distance, much tougher. That really was a great skill shot, and it's given him the lift he needed in this frame, and should now be getting across the line of this frame at least. Oh, wow. No. I definitely was not expecting that. And, do you know, that problem developed because he underhit his positional shot to get onto the last red. He played it just to leave it off straight, so he could, even straight would have been fine because he could top it through for the black in the right corner, or he could just stun across the face of the yellow for the black in the left corner. He ended up coming up slightly short, which meant he needed to come down the bottom of the table and have a tougher black into the middle. You definitely still fancied him to get it, but that's not a miss that was in his armoury earlier on in the match.
Yeah, you never want to take a shot with your hand on the rail. You want to have your hand on the table, and he couldn't get his hand on the table there, which made it a lot more difficult. The cue is coming down into the ball rather than flush level. That's when you'll see some players will actually put their finger over the cue rather than under the cue to get it lower again. But if you're not comfortable with it,
What do you think? I mean, do you think it's a little bit of pressure starting to tell on Joe as well? What's going on there? You're just starting to see Nick snapping at his heels?
Yes and no. No, I think that was just a tough shot. It was a tough shot because it was so far back. As you said, he wanted it to come off that rail another 2 inches maybe.
Yeah, but what a black that was. He nailed that one. Shouldn't have. There's another one he shouldn't have been given the chance. It was a shot from Nick that, he's tried to. I'm not sure if he's tried to cut the yellow to the middle and just made a hash of it, or whether he was trying to run the cue ball to side rail and bottom rail and leave a snooker. But he didn't manage either. And okay, it was a tough blackie left. But as I said, his one ball potting over this weekend has been exemplary. He really is. I can't speak highly enough about this guy when he's got a hard pot. He's faced with a hard pot, and certainly under pressure, he just seems to pull them off time and time again. It's been a feature of his game over this weekend. And now, if you look at his eyes, you can see a steely determination, and there's a different Joe Prince now. Just a moment ago, he looked very relaxed, and now he just seems to have some kind of different focus to him. That will be a telling moment in this match. It's just so incredible how this game swings backwards and forwards. Okay, you're asking a lot to come back from the position Nick was in, but he's had the chances. He's had the chances in all of the last 3 frames. And this scoreline could easily be something like 12-10 now.
I think 2 frames ago we said that Nick was back in this, and as you say, he could have had them he could have had those 2 frames, yeah.
Yeah, he had great chances in both of those frames. Yeah. Every time this weekend that Joe has had a big shot, he's risen to the challenge. When so many other players have failed and they've got that big pressure ball and they've rattled it, he just seems to be able to find the middle of the bag. Someone said to me earlier, actually, that Joe potentially was too good for this event, but equally, someone said to me last night that Nick was too good for this event. I don't think that's the case. I mean, any of these players could have won in this field, but they just needed to play really well. And these 2 players have played really well.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that they're too good for the event. Maybe they have more experience than others in the event, as in calm and collective when it comes down to it. You know, Nick needed a lot of bottle last night, or sorry, was it last night against Wayne, and he kept it. Yeah. And the music was asked to be lowered by the ref, and Nick says no, leave it up. Yeah. He didn't fade him. Yeah. You need that. That's why these players are better. I think it's not because they're more skillful. They're the same as everybody. Any of these other players that have been in this event, if they had their weekend, they could have won it.
Absolutely, yeah. And It says a lot when, I mean, people are saying, was he maybe too good for the event? Well, I hope you backed him because he was 9-1. So if you think he was too good for the event, you could have got some massive value. He was like 7th favourite, I think, something like that. 9-1 is huge.
And it's not like you wouldn't have got a bet on.
Yeah.
You would have got it. So
yeah,
you can't say
absolutely,
that.
Yeah.
That was it.
So I missed that shot. I was just having a quick look at the comments. I'll have to watch it back on the replay. Needed to get some serious action on that shot, and didn't he ever? Look at how this cue ball reacts. Side and top, and somehow manages to come around to give himself a shot, but he's going to have to put out another huge one here. Oh, wow. I mean, but how's he even left that gap? I mean, that's just... Oh, it's a great shot. I didn't think for a second the gap was there.
I could see from my angle that he can make the shot, but wow, was it tough to get it perfect.
Yeah, he's in trouble now, though. He's in trouble now. He was just trying to come up in the gap between the reds, but he's just got a little bit too much juice on that. Just a touch too much side, and then you saw the ball just take off that bottom rail. Just a little bit too much right-hand side. Just kick that cue ball across, so it's going to have to be a bit of a hooray here. He's playing it at a controlled pace. Oh, that's a foul. 14-7 now, should quickly become 14-8. 2 balls tied up on the left-hand side rail, but Nick's got the free shot now to open those 2 balls up.
It's just someone's back. So just copying the comments and saying, no, these are what said That's gone. Just cut comments on it. Just cut and paste all your comments and paste them back in. This one in. Yeah. Yeah, but they're comments. People know where you're on. Cut and paste them back in. Well, some people use that weekend. I'm like, it's just walking.
Four very simple balls for Nick to get to 8 frames, and I guess that's a psychological barrier. He's halfway towards the finishing prize. The problem for him is that Joe is now over 2/3 of the way. Oh yeah, my maths is not so well, not so great there. 8 is definitely not halfway. One more and he'll be halfway. Well done, Nick. Hey, come on, it's been a long weekend.
Halfway to the hill, I suppose.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. That's a dry break. There's been a lot of dry breaks. And an exclamation from Joe pretty much sums that up. I mean, look at those balls. They're just flying in every direction. Nick's just taking a few extra seconds to plot this one out. It's not absolutely straightforward. And I'm pretty sure that's not what he played. Don't think he played to get on the one at the bottom of the table now. And that definitely could have gone wrong because he just brushed the red on the way past. Could have stuck behind it. Any thicker contact.
The day that he became a king.
That's right, we can run through that again. Let's see there.
So, 15 frames to 9. You've got to say, is it over? Is there any way back? So Joe's flight looks to be out the window now, so
Yeah, he can put that behind him now, and I'm not going to say it was foolish for him to have that there, but he has given Nick a chance now because of that flight, and he hasn't made it anyway. So I don't see the point of putting a pressure on yourself. Plus, you're going to a city. It's not like you're going to a hotel out in the middle of nowhere. Enjoy the night if you win. Even if you're a runner-up tonight, you're still going to enjoy your night. I'm not saying go out in the town, but I'm saying just relax. Don't rush to go and get your flight home. Are we really that bad over here?
absolutely not. Absolutely. But while we were talking there, he's just run out of position and snooking himself on the last red, and he's in trouble now. But, yeah. No, it's a great city for a party, but he's going to need all of that prize money if he's going to go to Temple Bar for a drink tonight.
Even if he's on the water tonight, it goes up after 11 o'clock, I think, the price.
Yeah, such a bizarre place. I've never been anywhere that the price just goes up throughout the night. So of every hour it goes up again. Anyway, back on the game. Well, I gotta say, it was obviously a little bit easier than it looked like on the screen, because I was wondering why he was playing that and not just leaving it as his last ball. Because the two at the top of the table afforded him to get great position to come down the table and pop that into the bottom right, but I don't think it was quite as bad, as difficult as I'm making it out to be. So he's just got this yellow and black now to make it 15 frames to 10. As I said a minute ago, is there a way back? What are you guys saying now for the scoreline? 15-10 ahead. Is he going to put it to bed in the next 4 or 5 frames? You almost feel like it is a case of that. It's that the score looks a bit more respectable. But Nick's just ticking off the frames, so it doesn't look like quite such a thumping. But in all honesty, between the having watched the semi-final, it was such high quality from Nick, and Joe played immensely well over on the second table. There have been a few mistakes creep in, but I mean, you can understand that, can't you? This is probably okay. The guys have played for money matches before, but in tournament terms, I'm absolutely certain that this will be the biggest purse. And of course, they're carrying the burden of their backers as well, aren't they?
Yeah, good point. Actually, if you look at Joe there now as he sits in the seat, he's well relaxed. You know, this is a pressure game for them. Although he's relaxed in the chair, as soon as he goes to the table, the sweat starts to build. As you said in the semis, both players wanted the final. Now they're in the final. As you say, it's a tournament that it's not really been seen over in Ireland before anyway. 2,500 is a huge entry, but the payout is, I'm not going to say life changing, but definitely it's a change for your year.
Yeah. It's a. I mean, okay, so the players have got backers and the money's going to be split, but it's still going to be. It's still going to be a decent few thousand. Certainly for the players, they're probably walking away. I don't know exactly what, but the winner probably on a £4,000-5,000 share. That's a change of car. It's a family holiday, or in Joe's case, I think he was saying the other day that he's been laid off his job recently. So that's the lifeline to get to the next job, isn't it? It's huge. So there's massive pressure.
Exactly, and not only that, when you get a purse, what he wins will help him get to the next tournament. And if you can keep it up then and get on a roll, and I think as well, the two players are enjoying themselves here so much that's why this final is just a wee bit more for them. And that's why he's sitting back in the chair with his hands out, is because he's enjoying himself here. But when he gets to the table, it's a different story. He wants to take the win home. He doesn't want to go home runner-up at this stage, especially after losing your flight.
Yeah, someone's going to have to fund that new flight, and of course, it's been an absolute pain for some people because with the recent demise of Flybe, all the flight prices, of course, all the other airlines put their prices up, and I know some people had an absolute nightmare trying to get here. I know Nick himself was booked on Flybe, and they had to get, I think, originally from Cardiff Airport. I mean, they're Ross on Wye, so not that far to Cardiff, and then suddenly he's having to drive to Gatwick. And I think they paid over £500 for the additional flight to come out for the weekend. It's a huge expense.
Yeah, and it's regular when these players are playing abroad. When this is coming down to the last week, it's not like you're going on your holiday. You're going to get over there at some stage. These boys have to be there on time, and if they go over a day early to make sure that they're early, it's costing them. It's an extra big fee to stay an extra one night.
Yeah. I mean, Dublin's not a cheap place to stay in. I know some of the supporters stayed in the Bonington, and even if you're sharing a room, it's probably £70 a night per person. I think it's about £140 for a room, or you can get Airbnbs. But it's not a cheap city, is it?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. No, Dublin being our capital, it's not going to be cheap. Especially if you go down to Temple Bar, as we were saying. but what I mean players in general going to any city, going to any tournament to come if a player played 10 to 15 tournaments in a year and came an extra day for every one of those, that all adds up. And unless you're getting to finals, which is why this is so important, if these players can win these, it takes that burden off. They'll go to the next event a day early. They'll be more relaxed, and they'll know that it's a knock-on effect. It's not like sport. You lose a match, your club's going to get you to the next venue. Your club's going to pay for your hotel. It's not like that in this game. It's a one-man show.
Well, again, while we were talking there, Nick looks disgusted with himself. That positional shot is just come up onto the black, and I don't think he's got a shot. I think he's welded to the black. Yeah, he's having to just play a little containing safety off the rail, and that wasn't to plan. Okay, may not do too much damage because he's not really left anything. He's not left any easy openers. Can he get through to this red? Past the black? No, he wasn't going for that. It's hard to see from where I was that the angle. It's a clever shot, really. It's kind of containing safety. laid the gauntlet down to Nick because all the reds are now in the wide open. I think he can cut this this yellow, but it's mighty thin. Yeah, either to corner or middle, it was going to be tough. He's semi got away with it. He could have left a much simpler chance. As it is, it's not a nice table. Even if Joe does find a pot, he's got a couple of balls tied up. Hard to see how he can clear from this situation. Just adjusting his shoelace. Great opener, really nice. Good cueing. So I say it was a tricky clearance. I mean, it is because there's a lot of congestion around the middle of that table, and of course there's one ball tied up. But the ball that is tied up, if he can leave an angle on the one just to the right centre, just adjacent to the right centre, then he could. Oh, that was a clever little effort. Well, I think he was trying to. Yeah, he was trying to cover a bag there, just trying to buy himself the time he needed. But he just played it too well. He's just looking at the plant now. I may be doing him a disservice there, you know. I don't think he was trying to cover the bag. Absolutely. He was playing it long to leave the position for the plant.
If anything, I think he might have wanted the white back half an inch, but it was perfect anyway.
Yeah. As I say, he's definitely not a player by nature to cover bags. He's been very aggressive, and definitely doing him a disservice there. He did really well to see that one. I certainly didn't pick it out. Yeah, this is okay. You can just play the one to right middle and just nip the cue ball. Needs to leave the right angle. It just needs to be on the high side. Yeah, decide to go top rail. That's okay. That's okay.
Just one more frame after this one before the 5-minute break, and so Nick wanted one of them.
Oh, surely not. Surely not. This is like the 4th time he's snookered himself. This is literally the 3rd or 4th time he's snookered himself on the black.
But he played for trouble there. He didn't need to come back that far. He could have just let it hit the rail and then play up into the top right. You know, playing it with the extra speed, you're running past more balls. It's more chance of it stopping at the wrong place.
Yeah. Oh, what a great effort. What a great effort. But, you hit the nail on the head there, Barry. I mean, it just wasn't necessary to get that perfect on the black. There was a big margin of error. He had options. He could have played it into the top corner, or he could have just taken his medicine and left it in the gap between the yellows and left a thinner cut to middle. You don't need to get perfect on that.
Exactly, yeah. The shorter run for the cue ball, the more control you can have over it. So, you know, putting that wee bit extra in to make an easier black. You don't need to make an easier black. He's good enough to pot black nearly from anywhere on the table.
And meantime, Nick had his heart in his mouth for a second, and this. thing is, the table's been, since it's been brushed, it's been in use for a good, what we had, 8 frames. So you can't really see it on the screen, but when you look at the table there, it's riddled with finger marks. So that could have easily just caught a finger mark, and he seemed to feel that it deviated somehow. But no drama. He managed to make the ball, and it's another tidy clearance. And I asked a moment ago whether he could come back. You felt like, well, when does it change from? At what point does it change from making the scoreline look respectable to having a real chance? Maybe another frame?
No, I think that's it. I think he has a chance now. He needs this one because, as I said a minute ago, there's a 5-minute break after this frame, and he'll want Joe to be thinking about what he's just done over those 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, if he can go to the break 15-12, it's massive, absolutely massive. And if he can find a way to win the next one, Joe will go into that break reeling from that mistake, and it's going to be Nick's break. Is it Nick's break in this frame? No, it's actually, I think it's Joe's. So Joe is in control.
It's Joe's break, yeah.
So he's in control, but any kind of mistake now in this clearance, then Nick's going to pounce on it.
Was it 2 frames ago he knocked the white off the table on the break? Oh no, it jumped up and went into the...
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that was 4 frames ago.
Big one, this. Big one. And Ray, again, you're absolutely right. It's all about those little races we talked about earlier on. Joe's thinking race to 3. Nick's thinking race to 3. If Joe can win this little session 3-0, he lifts the crown. If Nick can win it 3-0, he's only 1 frame behind. This clearance is huge. He's made silly mistakes in the last few frames, which has really put the pressure on this clearance. And you've got to say, they're not difficult. The hardest part here is that the black is sandwiched between those 2 yellows. That little line of 4 balls. It's not often you see a little straight line of 4 balls like that, but
From the angle I see it, the black and the yellow are more right than the 2 reds are more to the left. So actually, if you cannon down into the top red, the black and the yellow will go to the right, and the 2 reds will go into the cushion.
but I think he's looking at.
And that's why it will be a great shot later if he can cannon in to knock them out of the way.
Is he looking to cannon from? No, he's not going to cannon yet. The trouble is, he doesn't want to leave it late, does he? He doesn't want to leave it late. Yeah.
Again, another dangerous shot. Going for...
So there we are, guys. We're back with the action. Sorry about that. And yeah, bottom line is no need for the negative comments. Barry's worked hard all weekend, and he's just been let down by the computer at the moment. It's something he can sort out, but not today. So we are where we are. And apologies for the downtime on the stream, but we're doing the very best we can. It's been a hard weekend for everyone. It's I'm sure it's a lot easier for you guys sat at home. Anyway, as I mentioned in the chat box, there was a big miss from Joe. There was a huge red to top right. He had a decent look at it, but he just caught the yellow on the way past, which meant let Nick in, and now it's 15-12. I can tell you now, it is very much game on. 3 frames behind. It's a 5-minute break. The players are just going to go and have a quick bathroom break. We'll do the same. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Players back in the arena here now, so I'm going to hand you off to Nick here now.
So the mindsets now are going to be entirely different. Nick, I just caught him in the corridor outside and he just said, why didn't they get a better start? 11-2 down. But he's now very much in this game. Joe, wow. Whereas the finishing line would have just seemed inches away. Now it seems like it's miles away. These 3 frames now are huge.
Come on, Nick. Come on. Yes, Nick. Come on. That's that great. Come on. Yes, Nick. Come on.
Well, you've got to say, barring a big mistake, this looks like another clearance. Well, who would you rather be on now? Nick, as he's mounting this comeback. Or Joe Prince, who's still a couple of frames ahead. A little bit close to the cushion, but he's okay. He's just got enough room there, I think, just to dig down into the cue ball. And he's looking now at, again, I can't quite see the angle. I think he may just be able to top it through. Yeah, I think he can. Looking at the screen. He's perfect. It really is so difficult to get a read off of Nick's face. I'm really low to the table, so it's difficult to see the angle he had on the black with the yellows in the way. But I saw him mutter something to himself and kind of looks to the heavens, and I thought just for a split second, it's almost Phil Harrison-esque. You think he's made a mistake here, and he's absolutely plumb. Very difficult to get a read. He'd be a great poker player. So 15-13. How would you even price this now? I mean, is it 5 to 6 the pair? Is it that Nick's now just inched ahead as favourite? Hard one to call. But great for the tournament. Great to see such a close final. I mean, it was one-way traffic, 11-2. And now it is game on. How many times have I said that this weekend? But massive break, big moment. Well, he's put some power through that. Didn't seem to get the transference right the way through the pack. They've not exploded, but these are decent. These are decent. He's got the red down the rail for openers. I think given the choice, yeah, you have to play reds. You have to because of the red over the right corner. Absolutely. I mean, yellows are better situated, but that red is going to be the one that decides. So he just needs to cue this well. He's got options. He'll probably just run the cue ball through to the bottom rail, and then he can play the plant. That was a nice opening shot. And now he's got a great chance. just, I guess, a little bit tricky that there's so much traffic in this bottom half of the table. I think just drop this in and then play. He's gone up table. Little bit harder than he wanted, but he's okay. You can just use the natural angle now just to come across the face of the yellow on the far left to the side cushion. Yep. Beautiful, absolutely perfect. Couldn't have placed it better by hand. Now he can just stun out into the gap. And this will be stopping the rot. Just hesitated for a second as he saw the cue ball. I think it probably ran a couple of inches further. He was probably just trying to stay straight on it so he could screw back through the gap for the black in the opposite corner. As I mentioned earlier, it's all about this traffic. You have to play a big shot here. I think he's looking at topping it with side. So cue ball off the bottom cushion, side cushion, and back out. Probably just to the right of the blue spot. He tried it. Yeah, he tried it with. Played it with the total opposite side of what I mentioned. Checked it off the bottom cushion, and this is fine. This is absolutely fine. He's not hampered on his cueing either, which makes it, well, just slightly by the side of the ball, but it won't affect his line of vision. That half ball cut. Yeah, that's a huge frame. Oh, he will feel the relief and the pressure rise from his shoulders, and that will give him another level of concentration, another level of focus. That really was big. If somehow he didn't make that clearance, and there was a lot of pressure on it, then it was 15-14, and now I think that you could just see a different Joe now than we have over the last 4 or 5 frames. Who'd have thought that we'd get it this close when it was 11 frames to 2?
Some people already called it in the first half of the game, didn't they?
Yeah.
But how many times has that happened over the weekend?
Yeah. Yeah, we see it so often. We talk so often about momentum shifts. There's always momentum shifts. There's always a twist in the tail. There's so few occasions where one player just steamrolls the other. You know,
I think that's the nature of the game, really. When you're out in front, there's no point of you going for these crazy finishes. Whereas when you're behind, you have to take out the crazy finish.
Yeah.
You know.
Round 16 frames for 13.
so the next 2 frames, obviously, goes without saying, they're massive. Big break. Finds a ball. And not a bad split. I've got to say, it's not a bad split. If those reds plant, and I think they do, I think they're just off straight plant, the 2 reds to the left-hand side of what would be the black spot. If they plant, then this isn't too bad. Seemed to take a bit of pace off of that cut break. Played it at a lot more of a controlled weight. Yeah, thinking about it, well, he doesn't actually need to play that plant, does he? Because he can play the red down the left-hand side rail and leave those. I just wonder, I think the top one passes to the right corner. I don't think the bottom one does, but obviously in moving the top one of the 2, it'll open up the other one. So, well, he's going to take the plant. Is he looking at the cut down the rail first? Wow, this is a big shot. Whoa, goodness me.
At 9-ball table, is it?
That was amazing. It's a great shot, but yeah, I mean, very, very generous table. I mean, it's a standard table, but it's definitely playing big with this new Hainsworth match cloth on it.
Another key to that is actually it shows that the pockets are the rail into the pocket is actually clotted properly.
Yeah.
Because if a ball hits a loose cloth, it will bang it out. It's sliding off the cloth into the pocket.
Yeah, and the other thing, of course, he played it absolutely dead weight pace as well, didn't he? So he gave it every chance for the ball to drop. If there was any more pace on it, it would have stayed up.
And they've been playing them shots all I've seen him play a few of them shots.
Yeah. I was surprised when he even started queuing it up, to be honest. It was... Anyway, great clearance.
Huge frame.
Another massive frame. 16-14. I mean, the thing is about that frame is, again, if he made a mistake, 17-13, you feel there's no way back at 16-14, and now it's Joe's break. If Joe goes dry, the next time he comes to the table, it could be 16 each. And you think, if Nick can get back level at 16s, you think, well, you've got to say, with his momentum, he's got to be a big favourite.
Yeah, I think he in his head he's already back in the game. He's not gonna until Joe drops the last black. Nick's not gonna give up.
No, absolutely.
Not at this stage. Not after the last few frames.
Yeah. So from 11 frames to 2, Nick has won 12-5. The last 17 frames, he's 12-5 up. So 12 of the last 17 frames.
No, I joked about the American table in case that's a serious comment.
Here we go. What a break. I mean, he cannot have hit them any better. Look at the spread of balls. And how has he gone dry? Everything was moving. Look how many balls are at the top in the top half of the table. There's only 4 balls left in this half.
There's one ball in the whole centre of the table, and none down the bottom.
But this by no means is a gimme clearance. But he can take a massive advantage in this little first exchange, can't he? Establish himself on yellows. He's got that pocket tied up at the top of the table.
I feel he's going to go for a finish here. I see the yellow into the middle to leave himself down the rail, but it would be clever not to finish the frame here or try.
Yeah. So the prize breakdown: the winner will get £18,000. Second place will get £9,000, and the semi-finalists took home $5,300 each. They were Wayne Neeson and Barry Lynn. Those were our semi-finalists.
That didn't work out well, that shot. He wanted the yellow over the pocket closer.
Yeah, I think we'll just see him take on that plan B now. Maybe just lay the snooker behind the yellow, perhaps.
Well, I do see one shot he might be looking at. Is it into the top right? Yellow second in the centre of the table, second yellow down.
Yeah, well, if you take that one on, that would open up everything. That's a brave shot to take on now. I mean, it's a huge shot to take on.
It leaves him for the other yellow if it can trickle down the rail to pot. Oh no, he's gonna.
Yeah, I mean, as he has. To be fair, as he has over most of the weekend, when he doesn't just tend to go for those audacious finishes. He just a conservative.
But he's left him on here.
Yeah, left this one to the middle. It's a tricky little cutback though.
I don't think that was an attempt to pot. He's looking to cluster it or get one in behind the yellow there.
Yeah, just to add another ball into the mix at the top of the table, just to cause Nick a bit more of a headache. Nick looking again at that yellow. It will go off the red. I mean, it's not a gimme. It's one of those you kind of got to glance off the red. Some of those are easy because it's a massive pocket, but that's not a massive pocket. It would be easy to hit that thick and then just catch the top knuckle. But he's taken another look at it.
If he plays a shot in just to move the yellow in any way, it could make it different. That it could even go up in behind. No, up in behind it.
That was a very attacking shot. I think he still doesn't have to go for them. He's still got that covering fire over the top left. I think it really depends on his angle on the one to the middle. If he can play this one to the middle and screw back onto the red that's just closest to us in that cluster of three, he's going to leave the yellow into the opposite right. So there's maybe a chance. As I say, it depends on the angle. You can make a better angle off of the one into the corner. He could even screw back into that red off of this ball, which I think is what he's going to do. That's a really good shot. Very well controlled.
I'd need an extra 60 seconds on those shots to pick the right one. These guys know what they want to do, and that just shows that there's confidence there for them as well.
Well, this is the shot, and this is a big shot, and this is by no means easy. It's so easy to catch the red thick. Oh, he played that well. Well, he played it well, but he just let the cue ball go a fraction. If he'd have finished straighter, this would be a pretty simple clearance, but now he has to send the cue ball. Wow, he's got to go top rail, side rail, and come back out through the traffic into open play. There is a line, but he's going to have to miss those two reds on the top rail. Just come inside and then side rail and then cue ball back out across the blue spot. Getting battered by Box. Barry's got a big fan base at the moment in the chat box.
It did any sense, they'd be private messaging me.
Yeah. It was a good shot. He's left a nice angle. He can do one of two things here. He can make an angle and come back out into the open table. I don't think he will. I think he'll come the short rail, as the Americans would call it. Yeah, exactly that. Just keep it simple. Just stun up into that space and leave the black to top right. I mean, in normal terms, this is just a black off the spot, but this one is a lot more pressure on it. And a ball he should be making, and a ball he does make.
But that's massive. That's massive. Joe's not going to like that.
16-15. There's nothing Joe can do about that. He dry broke. He absolutely killed the break, and was unfortunate not to get a ball. And all he can think is, hey ho, nothing I can do about it. And that was a really good clearance.
I've never called it before. I'd probably say that last break was probably the best dry break of the tournament. Like,
Yeah.
as in under circumstances as well. You want to smash them. You want to finish this up, and you can't do much better than that.
Yeah. And he even controlled the cue ball as well. Just held the cue ball in the middle of the table.
And when we look like 3 shots before that, when Nick plays the ball down the rail and it juggles in, because the pockets are because the cloud is new, you'd think one of those balls would do the same coming up. come up around them pockets.
And where's where's Nigel, who was talking about my comment when I said there'll only be a couple of frames in it, 2 frames in it. At 11:2, he was like, "Remember what you said, Nick? Only 2 frames in it." Well, I did say at that moment, it's not over yet. 16-15, and hey, the significant thing now, it's back on serve.
Very true. Very true. Actually, now Nick is in front.
Yeah.
After potting this off his break.
Yeah. All the momentum with Nick Bell, and you would definitely make him a favourite now. Incredible comeback from 11 frames to 2. Yeah, big shout out to Lauren and Kelsey. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Look at the layout. Look at the layout of this table. If he gets oh, what a little nudge that was. I mean, now, oh, you got to say, the way he's playing in the second half of the game, these look gone.
The Reds are gone here, I think. But in far as the scoreline, it's well deserved from Nick. Didn't give up, gave 100% on everything, and missed very little. Very little. He's not happy here, but he should be happy. He's got other options if he doesn't want to take this one into the middle just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just seeing if it goes long past the black. I think it does.
So I believe Joe decided at the interval that he wasn't going for the flight. So that's irrelevant now. Since halftime, that's irrelevant. Since the 18th frame.
Well, that is nowhere near ideal. Yeah, he just said to himself, what a great shot that is. I mean, that's, I was literally just about to say before he played this shot, just doesn't need to do anything special, doesn't need to try and get too close to it, just leave himself the longer, straight red, just give himself the chance. Should still be okay, but he's miles away from where he needed to be, and now he's left himself a huge
He got
test.
a lucky kiss off the yellow. If he didn't kiss that yellow, it would have travelled on a wee bit further, I think.
Yeah, but even so, this is horrible, isn't it? I mean, how big is this black under pressure?
As we stated, you're queuing down on this, so
Off the rail. Oh, what a black.
brilliant black, brilliant, deserved as well.
What a black that was.
Do you know what, Nick? It's 16-16.
It is 16 each. Who would have thought that could have ever happened from 11-2? That is unbelievable. What an amazing black that was. Incredible. What a ball. Fantastic. Oh well, here we go, guys. We are now in a race to 2 frames. It's the best of 3 for £18,000. There's a 9. Well, basically, it's 9 grand, isn't it? The winner gets 18,000. The second place gets 9,000. So they're now going to play the best of 3 for 9 grand.
I'm speechless. Never been in this situation before, even commentating on these types of games of this high. A lot of streams over the years, they go to deciders because people never give up, and the player in front gets nervous. This isn't the case here. These guys have played on stream before. It's not them that they're playing for. It's not the cameras they're playing for. They're playing for they want to win, and that puts even higher pressure. For a normal player, the camera will put you off. This isn't the reason.
They don't even know they're there. Yeah, they're playing for the prize fund. They're playing for their backers. They're playing for the glory of the win. Yeah, they're playing for £9,000. I know Nick's played quite a number of money matches. I don't know how experienced Joe is in that kind of money match. To play the in the key frames when there's a big prize on offer, when there's a big purse. So I don't know what kind of experience he's had. I haven't really seen him about on the money match scene, so I don't know if he's got a load of experience. But I know Nick has. He's seasoned in this kind of thing. He'll have been here before. He's played a number of money matches in the past, and he'll be able to take all that experience into these next frames. But all this is about now for Joe is this next break.
I would hit this break 80%.
Yeah.
Not 100.
Yeah.
You hit 100, it's going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Take the chance of a wee bit less and hit it better.
Yeah.
Hit it more exact.
Yeah. And you notice as well that Nick has just walked out of the arena, and probably quite rightly so. I'm not saying it was a tactical move, but gone for a bathroom break just to let Joe stew upon that on the break for a few extra seconds.
I'm surprised he was allowed to do that. The referees have been stopping that all tournament. There must have been a different reason. There must have been a...
Here we go. Huge moment. Again, loses that cue ball up. So he loses some of the power. But that's not a bad break.
Both colours look good.
Yeah, let me just look at the table.
Yellows are harder to start off on. But it don't matter. Reds and yellows both go.
I think... Well, he's going to go reds. He's going to take the big shot on now. And it's the right shot to play as well. Because if he gets this... Oh, yeah, that opens up the whole table. Well, he's just flicked the yellow on the way through. And now he's covered the potting angle of that yellow. Does it go? Does it go through the gap of the yellows? Is there a path?
It doesn't go up into the top right anyway.
I just wonder if it comes down to this bottom left. I don't think it does. There's a yellow in the way. So.
Good shot.
Oh, yeah, that is a good shot. You heard someone in the crowd say "good shot," and that was. I asked a second ago how his mind was, and that shows clarity of thought there. He's left Nick nothing here. Left him some hand procuring. Nothing to go at all.
Again, look, I'm going to go back to it. He shouldn't have booked that flight. Because if earlier in the game he would have played more of that, instead of rushing it a bit, keep going for it, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Well, I suppose he still went 11-2 up, didn't he? So
yeah. I mean, maybe that might not even be a factor. It may have never been on his mind. We're just assuming that it possibly was. And who knows? As I say, with his backers' consent, they might have already said, "Look, don't worry about it. We'll get you a later flight, so it's not an issue." But as I say, I mean, he played a clever shot a second ago, and he's still got that problem. He's still got that red that's locked up next to the yellow. It doesn't go into any pocket, so he has to develop it. Now, Nick hasn't. He's left him a plan. Basically, he's left him a plan to go at. Yeah, good opener. It's a good opener, and you know he has the chance now if he wants to. I don't think he will, but he could play this with extreme side and come off side cushion. So extreme left-hand side comes side cushion and then back up to try and cannon that out. He's guaranteed to be on the next ball. So I don't know if that... There was no gap there, so...
I think he was trying to force the yellow up to do that job.
Yeah. I mean, again, might be doing him a disservice. He might not have been able to get the kind of side that he would have needed to go to get the cue ball across the side rail. But you felt it was more the percentage shot. I think he can play the one to top right now and just play it thin. The only issue with these shots is that you have to worry about the knuckle. The knuckle is going to affect the roll of the cue ball. And again, has this come out? Wow, it's a good shot because he's given himself a sniff. That was a clever shot, just played the cannon.
Yeah, very good shot. I think he can take the middle ball down to the bottom right.
Yeah, I think it does go. It does pass. It's another huge shot. He's been pulling these off all weekend.
Watch this. He'll just stroke this. It won't be a hard shot. He'll just stroke this in.
Yeah, he plays it so well. Can he pull out another one at a key moment? He can. He can. Oh no! He's lost the cue ball. He did all the hard work, but he put so much attention into potting the ball that he's lost the cue ball.
I don't think I would have done that. I would have tried to get the white ball to stop as soon as it hits the red. I know it was harder, but again, what we said earlier, you're traveling. That white ball is traveling further than it needs to, and it's harder to gauge when you can stop it.
I mean, the thing is, they're a lot harder shots to play if you play them really gently, and that's a problem. Now he's given foul away, so it's one free shot, one visit to Nick Bell, and he comes to the table. Well, there's no problems here. There's absolutely no problems. He can pick the cue ball up, put it in bulk, not pick it up himself, because Pete Fisher did that yesterday, and he lost the frame.
Oh, it was called?
Huh?
It was called?
It was called, yeah. So basically, yesterday Pete said, can I have the cue ball? And the referee didn't hear him, so Pete went over and picked it up, and the referee, by the rules of the game, has to call the frame.
Wow.
Loss of frame.
Well, look, in such a high buy-in, rules are rules.
And I think he ended up losing something like 18-16, so it was a really, really key moment. Anyway, I'm sure Pete don't want to be reminded about that. Well, that's not the best shot. I mean, it shouldn't matter because he's just got a wall of balls. He can put Joe in all kinds of pain. But what he'd really like to do here is get the clearance done.
Exactly.
Because, Joe can have a bit of a hooray at the red and maybe fluke it somewhere. It's all well and good, but Joe can go side top cushion and maybe fluke it in the middle, get lucky.
Yeah, but I think leaving the cue ball right to the cushion was clever. Again, hampered. That's the right line he's looking at there.
Yeah.
I think if he can get it in behind the two yellows.
Yeah. I think he can go between the two yellows. He's got the line between the two yellows. So it's a one cushion escape, so hold on to your hats. Great try. Great try. And Nick can play with all kinds of abandon now. I mean, he can drop the one in the middle. If he doesn't get position, he can snooker again. I mean, the way the balls are situated, you can't see a way that Joe's gonna win this frame. Just can't see it.
No, again, I don't know why he blasted that. Again, you want to roll that up. At least if you miss, the red's out of the pocket. At least in, it's in no man's land now.
So this clearance and Nick Bell will be ahead for the first time in the match, and he will be on the hill. I say first time in the match. I don't think he went 1-0 up, did he? Early doors.
No, Joe took the first one. I made the mistake in the scoreboard,
Oh,
so
yes.
I remember that.
You do, absolutely.
And then it went 1-1, and then Joe went 2-1, and then 3-1.
And then it went 11-2. And the rest is history. So this will be the first time in the match that Nick has taken the lead if he can complete this clearance. And I'll tell you something, he's odds on for it. Now who looks more calm? I said he's got the big match experience. He just looks steady.
I disagree, Nick. I think he's actually...
You think he's feeling it?
He's more pressure now that he's in front.
He's not showing it. Wow.
Should have cashed out at 11-2.
Yeah. Yeah. (17-16). Nick Bell needs one more frame. Joe Prince is now behind, and he needs to find something. He needs to dig down into the depths of his soul and dig out every last piece of determination. Can we go hill? Will this game go hill? Mark McKay saying the game deserves 17 each, but he wasn't saying that when it was 11-2.
I see a dish here. Because the last couple of breaks, Nick has been putting well and nice breaks. I can see. If he doesn't, he could. I'm going to go put it down here on a whim. A dish for 18-16.
Barry's called it. I reckon there's a twist in the tail yet. I reckon it's going to go hill. Who's going to be right?
17 frames to 16.
What a great event this has been. Absolutely fantastic. And just take a moment now. In fact, I'll do it after this break. Let's have a look at the break first. He's found the pace of that cut break now, but do you know what? Oh, he's just found a ball. Into the middle. Well, these aren't easy at all, are they? In fact, they're positively horrible. This is definitely not going to be a break unless he finds some kind of miracle.
What I meant to say was...
Wow. So, yeah, I was just about to say, before I got rudely interrupted by that break, that this has been an absolute credit to Pool this tournament, and hats off, and thank you very much to Terry Rogers. He does so much for Pool in general. He does so much for Irish Pool. The man, he had pieces in 8 of the players in this field, and he did that just to make sure that the event happened. And as I say, he's does so much for the game of pool over here. He absolutely loves it, and he, when people said that, when Terry announced that he wanted to put together a field of 16 kind of non-elite players to play for £2,500 a man, people laughed at him and said, "You have no chance. You won't get more than 4 players." And within about 3 weeks, he'd assembled a field of 16, and it's been played out over this weekend, and it's a fitting final for a really great event.
Yeah, all credit to Terry. He approached me after, was it the Carl George Tierney match, that he wanted to do this. And he knew from the start that it was going to happen. He put the effort in. He made sure of it. My dish is still going here. You know this.
I mean, did you just see the shot that he's just played there to develop that yellow? I called it that he wasn't going to get this dish, but goodness me, I think you're bob on. I reckon he gets these somehow. Surely he's not got a gap, has he? Can he get through to the potting angle of that yellow? I don't think he can. How do you attack from here? I'm not sure where it is. Back double the yellow that's on the right hand side rail. Yeah, it was the cannon on the yellow. He just wanted to push it up towards that right hand pocket, but he just caught it a little thick and just pushed it up towards the top rail. Now those yellows, he can't get. Well, can he? I think he can play a containing shot here. Yeah. Oh, he could see the potting angle. Wow.
That's Fair play. He could have, if it was tight, he could have changed his decision. I can't see any problems here now.
This would be some clearance from where he was. So 18,000 for the winner, 9,000 for the runner-up. There have been no deals. These people are playing for £9,000 raw cash. There are no deals. Oh, that's a confident shot to play at that pace. I mean, he had to leave the right angle. That was a really confident shot. So, one big shot coming up. Just needs to give himself a chance at the last one. Doesn't need to be perfect on it, just needs to give himself a chance.
Yeah, he'll try and drop the last one into the middle, I think.
Do you think he's going to, or come off the top rail and get below it?
I don't think there's much need to do much with the height. No. Just get it off the rail.
Yeah, leave it straight to the middle. Just drop it in. Where's this gone? Well, I said he needs to give himself a shot.
Again, going an extra cushion. I don't see why he had to.
Yeah. He just wanted to get closer just to give himself more chance. It is one of those that you need to be close to it, but he's going to have to take it to the bottom corner now. And this is massive. How big is this moment? Is he up to it? Can he make this yellow? Do you know what? That's in. That's in.
That is ridiculous.
What a shot that was. And what an absolutely fantastic finish.
If you were playing a 100 quid tournament, you'd miss that.
Oh my goodness me. What a huge moment. What a clearance from Nick Bell. And Nick Bell is the winner of the March Money Madness over here in Terry Rogers Club in Dublin. And hats off to him. What an amazing comeback from him. Commiserations to Joe Prince. He played such a great part in that final, but the mistakes just crept in, and oh my goodness, that's just fantastic.
What prize do I get? I called a dish.
You did call a dish, and what a dish it was.
Oh, what a game that was.
What a game.
I'm emotional, man.
Even referee Matt Clark's come across and told us he's a bit emotional after that. He can't believe what a final. He is. That's amazing. He's just honestly, he's having a
Is that a tear in his eye?
You'd never see a big burly bloke like that with a tear in his eye over a pool game.
There's no tears in Nick's eyes.
That was amazing. Well, what can I say, guys? All I got to say is thank you so much for joining us over this weekend. What a fitting finish that was to a fantastic weekend at pool. And your champion is Nick Bell. Thanks so much to Terry Rogers for inviting us over here, and thanks to Barry and Irish Pool Online. It's been a great weekend. I mean, a few technicals in the way, but we got through it, and it was awesome. Really good. I think we're going to try and catch Nick for a little interview to get his thoughts. So stick around, and we'll catch Nick for a few words. Over here.
Judges getting over here.
Get to sit here and we're going to get the camera.
Yep, just give us 2 minutes to set that up, and we'll get Nick across here for a quick interview. Speechless, absolutely speechless after that. Lost for words. That really was an incredible final. What a finish! As I say, Matt Clark came over and said, "Unbelievable." Feel all emotional. Nick's girlfriend is, she can't believe it after that. Wow. There we go, guys. Give us a couple minutes, as I say, to get Nick across here, and we'll be in for a chat.
I've already put it in the bag one side, but if I'm going after that, like, when he gets in, then.
Yeah, that'll be all right. Have a chat. Just go around there and sit down and over there. Okay. You sit in the far one. Is it live on the screen?
No, the both side.
Okay. Well, I'm joined by Nick Bell after that. Nick, I mean, just first of all, just try and sum that up in some way.
I ain't got a clue what to say. I thought I started awful. Joe played well to start with, but 11-2 down, I thought the game had completely gone.
Yeah.
Just got a bit lucky at times. He snookered himself a couple of times, didn't he? On the black?
Yeah. A couple of massive moments where he
Yeah.
snookered himself. But I mean, how do you deal with that when you're 11-2 down? Just is it a mountain to climb? Have you already like mentally written it off?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I wrote the game off ages ago. 11-2 down. Breaks. I couldn't get nothing off the break, could I either?
So, at what point do you think I'm still in this? Because somebody mentioned in the comments that I think it was when you got to 15-10, it went from 15-9, you won the frame, it went 15-10, and someone said he's making the score respectable now. And I said, yeah, but at what point are you no longer making the score look respectable? Mentally, you think, hang on, I'm in this.
Yeah. I thought he was in it at 15-12.
Yeah.
I thought I had a sniff then.
Yeah.
I still thought he was out of it at 15-10, to be honest.
Yeah. And then, of course, didn't he win the next frame at 15-12?
Yeah.
There was a mistake in there, I think, and he won the frame. And you kind of think there that, well, maybe, he stopped the rot again.
Pretty much. Fuck it.
But what does it mean? What does a weekend mean to you?
I don't even know how to sum it up in words. Incredible.
Great event.
Yeah, great, fantastic event. Great setup.
Yep.
You enjoyed it?
Oh, I've absolutely loved it. I've absolutely loved it. And the prize money as well. Obviously, you've got backers, but I mean, it's still it's a nice purse to take home for you as well.
Yep. Minus my Fly B flights.
So what's the plan with the money?